stars rising, the light is shining. This dawn is beautiful, flowing at last. This breath is pumping to the rhythm of the band's coming home with me tonight. Prismatics hold me, bright guns embolden me. Watch every colour of their death ray take me. I turn so fast, they got no chance now. This is the rhythm of the red side calling. This is the rhythm of the red side. This is the calling. The rhythm of the red side calling. Purple frags blast. This hull is mighty though, rotating beautifully between the asteroids, rolling so fast. My chaff is glowing to the rhythm of the red side calling, calling me. I push right past. You tell I'm gone. You only see what I want you to see. Shield drops fast. Your hull is vulnerable. This is the rhythm of the red side falling. The rhythm of the red side. This is the calling. The rhythm of the red side calling. There is no hazard if you know how to fly. You only need to have a strict rebuy. Don't be too greedy, you'll lose it easy. My plasma's flying straight into your power plant. The rhythm of the red side. This is the calling. The rhythm of the red side calling. Keep your enemies close and torpedoes far. Try to break the lock and keep your energy pure. This ain't a sprint. Don't think you have it in the bag. This is the res. It will take everything you have. Don't start a fight if you're running empty. Don't try to fly if you're slow and heavy. And get position and keep it there. This is the res. It don't really care. Coming up fast. And yeah, the stars rising. The light shining. This dawn is beautiful. Flowing at last. This breath is pumping to the rhythm of the band. Coming home with me tonight. Coming home with me tonight. This breath is pumping to the rhythm. This breath is pumping to the rhythm of the band. Coming home with me tonight. Purple frags blast. This hull is mighty though, rotating beautifully between the asteroids, rolling so fast. My chaff is glowing to the rhythm of the red side calling, calling me. I push right past. You tell I'm gone. You only see what I want you to see. Shields drop fast. Your hull is vulnerable. This is the rhythm of the red side calling you.
It's time to fight. Hear everybody jumping. Dropship circle fast. Can't hear my heart pumping. Frontline is the way. The ship floor opens up. It's time to lock and load. Game over, man. Wish me some luck. My collar's running fine. I'll hit you every time. This combat zone is back. Come take it. Come take it home. I'm beating delis calling. Grenades and rockets calling. Commanders leap to the sky. On this day I will die.
Oh, 7 everybody. How we doing? I'm not used to being live this early. I also don't know if everything's working properly. You know, I'm a dumbass and didn't check that. Good old me. But how is everybody doing on this fine Saturday? It's too hot here, chat. So if you hear me just like melting and sizzling, it's fine. Don't worry about it. It's just way too humid down here. But yeah, it's my turn for, or it's my leg of the charity stream, which I don't have up on this scene. I'll have it up on the other scene of this exact same one. I knew I was forgetting something. Either way, I'm going to be mining today. Just to keep it relaxed, keep it chilled, to keep myself calm. Also, Maltmeister. Yeah, Maltmeister, I read that wrong for the first time. Welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. 07. Hopefully you are doing well. Hopefully my audio is alright. I obviously can't hear it. I'm a dumb What can I say? Yeah. Should be alright. I don't know. Everything wants to break on me, usually. Either way, we are doing a mining today. I'm not there yet. I'm just jumping my carrier there, so we're going to see a carrier jump to begin with. As you can see, got 10 minutes till the jump, so I should probably go sit in my seat. Also, I apologize about the bright star. I unfortunately didn't really have a choice when coming to this system. I didn't get to choose how bright it would be, but it's a very bright star. It is a very, very bright star. I'm also kind of sort of lurking in the Highlander, the person who is currently holding the torch from the charity event. Have I got a message in Discord? Where have I got a message in Discord? That's also right, I need to keep Discord open. Also, if anybody is wondering, that goal up there, that got smashed out of the park. Because, as far as I'm aware, don't quote me on this, the original goal was $3,000. I would ask Commander Orange Phoenix about this. I wasn't completely paying attention in part of the group chat. Shocked to nobody. And, yeah. I woke up this morning and we smashed it completely out the park. I know that they've had to increase that 3 times now, so that it would last all throughout the weekend. Also, chat, I will be giving away one of the Gold Dust Frontier skins, like everybody else has. I've got 2 to give away, and I will be starting my giveaway once Highlander raids in, because the more, the merrier, you know? Anyway, we got 7 minutes, 8 minutes till the carrier jump, so how's everybody's weekend been? How's everybody's Saturday been? Hopefully it's been a little bit better than mine. I'm just sick of my workplace at the moment. Long story short. And I've been bricking it about this. I'm not gonna lie. Absolutely bricking it. Also, you may see every 10 minutes or so there'll be a different announcement. Well, it won't be a different... There's 2 announcements, basically. One for the charity, which is !charity, if you want to donate. And the other one for a charity t-shirt, which I really, really want. But money has not been my friend this pay. Hence why I haven't donated towards the charity stream. Cat, if you're going up, go that way. Bye-bye. We may get joined by Cat. That's all I can say, is we may get joined by Cat. But yeah, it's been a while since I've done a charity stream. I can't remember what the last charity stream was that I was a part of. I'm pretty sure it was Lep and Eric and Vivid. Maybe? I don't really remember. So yeah, this whole charity event thing for me is very, very new. Very, very new. Let me also double check the timer on that one, because I may have set one to be working and the other one not to be working, because I'm smart like that. Ah, yeah. I didn't save one. Look, chat, I never admitted to be smart. Alright? Just... stuff happens. Alright? I just smile and wave my way through life. 5 minutes till the jump as well. Also, jumps in VR is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Sitting down in that lower seat, just watching it come, it's beautiful. Especially because Fleet Carrier jumps are actually in full VR, for anybody curious. Parting for Bundahar in 5 minutes. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Also, chat, I do request that you don't sub to me today, and if you are intending to, please use that money and put it towards the charity. Be much appreciated. Also, if anybody is curious as well, the music that you're listening to is from Commander Tokoso's Radio 07, his new album. You will get a album for free for donating. And I believe it is a minimum of $3 to donate. Look, Carrier, am I not in my seating position? My God. You know what I can do whilst we are just, what's gonna call it? I can do this real quick. I can do this. Hey Pixie, welcome on in. How was your stream? I'm still amazed by how much we've made currently. Like that is insane. Time to gank me? Go for it. I mean, if you want to try and get into my private group. Lord Braben, $10. Damn. All hail Braben. I can't remember which chat it was in, but was it yours or Highlanders or someone's where it was like, yeah, we've raised 5 million arcs. I'm like, what the fuck? How do you just know that? How do people just know this? Also, Pixie, I dare you to try. Like, my location is widely available, and I'm only a jump away from my fleet carrier, so, please go for it. Because I know what ships are aboard my fleet carrier. Not that I can check now, because I can't get up, obviously. But I know what ships are in my fleet carrier. I know what I am sitting on. Quite literally. Like, you may have an FDL with an interdictor, but I have a Type 10. Which is fun to shoot at OP with, but that's not the point. But yeah, how was your stream? I saw you got a massive group photo. I wasn't paying attention at that point. I was kind of watching Supernatural to sort of calm my nerves. Not a killer? Sure. Why don't I believe you? But yeah, why don't I believe you, Pixie? It's not like I helped you murder OP or anything. Don't know what you're on about. Yeah, it seemed hectic. All I remember seeing, or from when I started lurking, was you at the Thargoid site. That's all I remember. Mine hopefully won't be as chaotic as yours. But no guarantees. Because it's my streams. I'm bored of waiting now. Can you hurry this up, please, Carrier? But yeah, I'm not gonna lie, chat. I've been shitting bricks, quite literally, about this for like the past week. So I am mining in Hades sector something something. I will get the location in just a second. Also, welcome on in, Yeri. How you doing? Making food? Oh, nice. Admiral Flaps, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Just in time for the jump. I'm gonna boil in this room, chat. Telling you this now. I also wish my controller would stop drifting, but whatever. You know, after a while, this just becomes samey and time-consuming. I mean, I still love looking at it, but it's just samey. Also, chat, has anybody had a glitch where you've just come out of the hyperspace portal and it's just let you stand up? That's fair enough. I mean, I'm going to assume that OP is going to be on his way to Scar D, right? Or back to the carrier? Don't close the door in my face. If anybody is wondering as well, that is my partner. Me and her have been fighting Thargoids all day to get her a little bit of money. She's basically going to be running as my protection in the mining system. If she can even get there, that is. But she's very new. I also forget where I have to go on my Python. Let me grab some... Yeah, I kind of got her into Elite. I mean, she only plays it with me, but that's not the point. It's just nice to have someone that you can play Elite with and they're just literally right there. No worries, Yeri. Let me grab the system, which is bookmarked for me. And it's just right there. A light year. Basically 2 light years. You should be able to make it. Let me whisper it to you, Yeri. Let me put it up over here, because Twitch is stupid. Well, OBS is stupid. OBS is very, very stupid. You know where we're going. Hades sector, blah, 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 blah. A year later, yep. The one that's literally next to the system that we're in. DB-X D1-112. That one. I know you can make that one. Right. Let's actually jump over to that system, shall we? Get rid of carriers. This is the annoying thing with my HOTAS chat. My triggers don't want to work properly. We're getting a team, shouldn't we? See, mine just wants to do this. And I don't know why. It's very annoying. I do just want to say, though, this community is amazing. Because I swear it was at 4,500 a second ago. and now we're at $4,611. You lot are nuts. That's all I want to say. You lot are nuts. Huh? Ah, shit. Yeah, we just jumped the carrier, didn't we? Yeah, we're going to get blackouted. I'm waiting for it. Woo, Blackadder. Yeah, I saw DJ Maybear gave 500 overall, and it's insane. Because I saw they gave another $100 in Highlander's stream. But it's just insane. That is insane amounts of support. And as I said, I would donate myself, but I am in a little bit of a financial hardship currently. Just a little bit. But I'm here. I'm helping to some degree, apparently. I can't accept the team invite because I'm mid-jump. God damn it. It doesn't work when it's actually something nice. Boo. But yes, I am. The time that I have an abundance of. I'm also going to apologize if you lot can hear the bird. She's very loud today. Also, chat, I discovered this system completely by accident when I was coming out pay night mining several moons ago, when I was coming back into the game thinking it would still be worth it. Platinum's decent, by the way. When I say decent, it's not really. But, yeah, I completely discovered this system by accident. Came to this planet like it recommended on the mining tool. And there was, like, platinum painite overlaps, and it's beautiful. You'll understand what I mean. Nah, Bird is just loud. She doesn't want a tasty tweet. But no, if it wasn't so hot, I would let her out and she would be able to come out, but it's just too damn hot in this room. Because I live by the sea, so it's nothing but humidity. And just bright sunshine. No, I'm gonna go back to being a hermit. That sounds a lot better, thank you very much. I wasn't paying attention. Shit. I keep doing this. This is like the 5th time today, chat. I missed at least 3 Cyclopses just not paying attention and just zoning out. Yeah, I'm good at this. I swear. You gotta start a stream with a leap of shame. It's my first one. Chat, you should do a drink every time that I do a loop of shame. I think you'd be drunk within a couple of minutes. It would be death. Just be straight death. That would be a great afternoon, though, of just going into various Elite Dangerous streamers and just having a drink every time that they have to do a loop of shame or something similar. Could you imagine? Especially if they're a newer commander. Go into somewhere like OP or EP, you'd be bone dry sober. Rip, it didn't even work. God damn it. Meant to be a separate thing. Fine, I'll just put it as an announcement. It's not fun. I don't think this is the right platinum deposit. I want to go to that one. I know that one. I mean, drink whatever drink you want. For me, I drink rum and cokes, personally. But if I was doing shots, I probably would do whiskey or some kind of spirit. But that's just me. No, you want to go to the platinum hotspot that I'm in. Or will be in. I'm now in. Oh, I'm not in the right thingy. God damn it. Okay, let's see what we get. If that even hits anything. I don't think it will. Oh, those ones look glowing. Okay, let's just pretend that Prospector doesn't exist. It's fine. Off to the glowy ones. See what you can. My guy, can I supply you with limpets? This is all I can offer at this point in time, is just limpets. Limpets that I brought fresh from my carrier. And we're off to a good start. I'm just not with it today, chat, as you can probably tell. Again, I've been basically stressing about this and just shitting myself about it for the past week. Pretty much. Would also be helpful if I had all pips and weapons. And could open my water bottle. Who runs protection jobs in a lawless system? That just sounds like a stupid move to me. That might just be me, though. Also, if anybody is wondering, I'm able to do all kinds of mining. All the mining is great for me. Oh, did you make it? This is even better than I thought it was. Beautiful. I mean, technically I could crypto mine, I just don't want to. That will ruin my GPU more than it is ruined. But I just wanna pop a couple rocks. That's the fun parts. What are you telling to go away? Me too. Me too. One of my favorite things is literally just popping space rocks. By Parasidium. Prospector. Where is the thingy-ma-bobby? That's the word for it, right, chat? The thingy-ma-bobby. There it is, that way. That's a rock. Again, not with it today, chat. I can tell you that much. Oh, they're both deposit fragments. Ugly duckly. Right, where were these? Where were the shiny rocks? There's one. Go, little limpet, go! What are you giggling at back there? What? I don't know if you can hear my partner or not. She's probably not going to speak much. She doesn't like speaking much on streams. Usually. Unless she's in a weird mood. I don't know if anybody else's partner's like this, if they stream, where they just come annoy you at certain times. Jesus Christ. And this is why I love this system. 2 rocks that have been over 50%. Sweet. Did some of my collectors kill themselves? Rude. Yeah, I'd also guess yes. Yeah, this has timers. No, I'm not. So I'm in my PG Yeri. You should be on my friends list, right? So you should be able to join. I've got it auto accept for friends. I think. If not, just let me know and I can accept it. I think. Yeah, I should be able to. Hey Zora, welcome on in. How you doing? How is your Saturday going? Yari, out of curiosity, what are you going to be mining in? Or are you going to be the protection that I'm desperately not needing in this system? Because it's a lawless system that doesn't have any traffic. Except for other commanders. Ah, that's fine. That's fine. I don't care if I've been scanned or not. Well, for me, it's been kind of slow. We've got, Jesus Christ, I didn't see the Valor donation. But we got, $20 so far since I've been streaming. But, seeing as the goal was originally 3,000, the community have done amazing. Just a little bit. Why is there no surface thingies? Fair enough, fair enough. I would say go Python, because that's what I'm in. When did that get oh fuck. When did that get full? When did that get full, chat? Was I just not paying attention again? I mean, probably. That is a very high chance with me. Like, a very, very high chance. Was that cat?
Yeah. What was that, buddy?
Oh, buddy. Chat, I'm not gonna lie, I didn't think cats could go that high pitch. It sounded like somebody just stepped on a squeaky toy for too long. Are you good? Go, Prospector, go. Sorry, chat, my shoulder's giving me a bit of grief again. What, Nick? Thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. How you doing? 3% platinum? Really? You found a button? Not a button. The best button. That was the exchange. You found the follow button for the caps lock button. That's better. 51%. I can live with that. But not that I can live with that. That's great for mining. Have you become a flop cat? Okay. Well, welcome on in, Mortnick. How you doing? Hopefully your Saturday is going well. But no, seriously, you lot are amazing. Like, 4,631. And we hit 2,000 within, like, 12 hours. Fair enough, what, Nick? Fair enough. I'm also currently lurking in the Highlander. Also, chat, I also have one of the skins that Highlander is currently giving away, it looks like. But I have 2 of them to give away. I will start my giveaway once Highlander gets here. Also, if we hit the, I want to say 4,700, I will be giving away a game. I've got Kerbal Space Program to give away, if anybody wants that. I also have Skybound. Just a couple of extra things. I know it's, you know, measly in comparison to some of the other things that have been given away, like the voice attack packs. But, you know, it's something. I'm not gonna lie though, I do want to hit the next milestone goal, because as far as I'm aware, it's another t-shirt giveaway. As far as I'm aware, anyway. Don't quote me on that. Also, I'm so jealous of everybody that's got a the gold dust skins, pretty much. I want one so badly. Programming limpet drone. Also, Yeri, I don't know if you know this or not, but do you know if Celine is running Supplemental Saturday today, and B, where she's running it? Because Novas and Sosong and Didio no longer have Thargoid presence. And I didn't read the Galnet article about that until earlier today when my partner pointed it out. You got no clue? That's fair enough. That is absolutely fair enough. Yeah, that's what I thought. Probably HIP 38225. Which is good for me, because there's a few systems nearby that I can jump to. Because I won't jump the carrier to the system, don't worry. I just need to make money. Because my balance is looking a little bit low. I mean, just a little bit. Just a little bit. It's fine. But go, my little limpets. Go. Okay. No valid collection targets. That's fine. See what this rock has to hold. Nope. You're crap. We want the good rocks. That is what we come here for. I should probably pay attention to Celine's Discord or something like that, shouldn't I? See if they said. Nope, can't see it. Okay, back to my Discord. I don't think this is the one that I normally go to, because the one that I normally go to in this system, or the platinum deposit that I normally go to, it's usually always just full of 50-60% platinums. Then again, I did loop today, so I'm probably on the wrong side today. Wasn't there a really shiny rock around here? There you go. That one. Wing, yep, you got it. Everything wants to work. Ah, it's fine. He's got things for the abrasion blaster. And it's got cores. Nice. Okay, my Collector Olympus just want to die today. I mean, it's understandable, but god damn it. I also still don't know when is the best time to release with the drilling mining. Like, is it when it's closer to the top or the bottom? I should probably look at a guide for that. Till then, I'm just gonna hope that I get it till then. Yeah, that one's done. Right, that's indite. Fair enough. Okay, that does make sense. Yeah, I also hate this minigame. Like, there are some minigames in this game that are just horrible. This is the worst. Because this is pure RNG basis. And reflexes, which I don't have good reflexes, by the way. Yep, I'm done. Okay, where's the planet gone? What? Don't know how I lose a planet, but I lost a planet.
Yeah, I don't know.
Have I managed to go away from the planet? Was there another planet? How did I get away from where I was going? Okay, whatever. 10 out of 10 pro streamer me. 10 out of 10 elite gameplay. 29%, that's not too bad. I can live with that. Also, chat, if anybody is curious, I'm probably not going to stream tomorrow. Maybe. What time is OP ending again? Is it about 6-ish? Maybe I will be then. Maybe. Either way, I'll probably be doing some stuff with my alt account. I want to get a little bit of money on that account. Main reason why I haven't done anything with it, because it's broke. And I'm refusing to do Thargoid combat with it. As much as I could. Nope. Also, chat, if anybody is wondering as well about my ship, it's basically completely unengineered. All that is engineered on it is the frameshift drive, I believe. I just went with Guardian power plants and Guardian power distributor. It works like a dream. And it's easier than completely engineering. In my opinion. I don't care if my power needs my help. They're not getting my help. I don't intend to do power play for a while. I don't have the money for that. Have we got any good rocks nearby? Not nearby, but in the distance. Those are quite a few pink ones. Nope. Just want the platinum. All I want.
Programming lipid drone. Asteroid scan complete. Prospector lipid failed. Collector lipid expired.
Oh, everything's just expiring on me today, isn't it?
Scan detected.
Hey, Hannah. There's someone scanning me. Yeah. That's your job. You're the
Yeah. See.
Tim Longworth. That one. Oh, you're a novice. Oh, bad.
Cargo scoop retracted. Under attack.
You see where he is. There you go. That one. Oh, he's in a team of 3? And they're fast ships. God damn it. How am I meant to slam into people now? Eight tons of platinum? My dude, no. I will just ram into you. It sounds a lot more fun. Slow down. Stop moving. I just have minor lasers, alright? I can't hit you properly. This is unfair. This is how you fight, yeah? With mining weapons? I'm assuming that you have weapons on your, Python, Yeri? And not just... Yeah, you've got a plasma accelerator. Jesus Christ. And 4 mining lasers? Jesus. Oh, to be fair, all you need is 1 plasma accelerator, yeah. Are you in that rock? Oh, no. Okay. Alright, now where is my thingy? Don't let him get away, Hannah.
Doing my best.
Again, I don't have weapons. I can help, yeah? Pinky and Perky? What do you mean? Is that what you call this system? I mean, I get it. Completely get it. Okay, now where did I go from there? Where's the planet? That'll tell me where I was going. Fair! Yeah, no, I completely get that. Pretty good name for this area. Now I've lost all my shiny rocks. No worries, Jerry. No worries.
I will do my best.
Well, nobody else should be dropping in, so we should be good. Oh, Yeri dropped in, didn't he? Hey, Morty. Welcome on in. How you doing? I forgot that I had that set up. You can tell that I'm a Star Wars fan, right? No, it's coarse and gets everywhere. I can't remember the exact quote. To be honest, the pod racing scene when I was younger, I loved. I especially loved that they went back to that canyon in Mandalorian. And you can still see the destroyed thingamabob sign barrier from the whatever it's called. Words are hard, chat. But you can see that from the original film. Where was the shiny rock, chat? You didn't quite spot it yourself? Ah, man. It's only there for like a split second, but you can't miss it once you've seen it. It is a good episode though. It's just a good show in general. 8% platinum. I want the good shiny rocks. Where are the good shiny rocks? I mean, if you can defend us, or if you can wait until Yeri gets back, because we don't have any protection and people like jumping in on us, and I don't have any weapons.
Yeah.
Hi, Ty.
Deafness.
I'm so glad I spotted that. I know we have viewers protection, but you're not the greatest at protection yet, because you're a new commander. It might be a good idea. But yes, welcome on in, Ty. How you doing? How's your Saturday going? And more, dear, there's the other person that I have been waiting for. They have been, or they said to me yesterday when we were recording our podcast that we were going to be lasering together, or he was coming along to laser mine with us in his big chungus of a Type 9 piece of shit. Ah, bugger, I was meant to keep the swearing to a minimum. My apologies, chat. It's gonna slip out here and there. My commander name is Commander Curse Titan. I mean, I can probably anchor you into the area. I have no issues doing that. We can just deplete this whole area. It's great. Hey, Ty. I don't know if you've realised this, bud, but look down below me. Right, let me just inform you politely that my cargo scoop is down. Send and requested PG. Alright, let me just accept the friend request, and then you should be able to auto join. But yeah, I don't trust open, personally. I've had some bad experiences in open. Mainly in Jameson. I think we'd be fine out here. But that's not the point. Yeah, Hannah would die. My partner. Ty, out of curiosity, how much can your Type 9 hold? Yeah, osmium. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But yeah, I was just going back to Jameson and Open. Completely forgot that we were in Open. Jumped back, got pulled by a cutter that wasn't a skilled cutter at all. But got pulled by a cutter and then, yeah, murdered. 440, that's not too bad. Not too bad. But for the effort of going and using a Type 9, not worth it. That's only really, like, double mine. Because I hold 192 in mine. Hey Kane, welcome on in. How you doing? Welcome to us depleting space rocks. With Hannah as protection. Flight assist off? Alright, god damn it, Ty. Why do you hate me? Ty, I don't want to be facing rebuys today, alright? You just set up your VR? Well, there's one thing that you'll have to see. It's in Elite. God. You'll have to see a fleet carrier jump in VR. It is one of the best experiences. It is absolutely beautiful. Once you get past the screen VR until it jumps into full VR. 16%, I'll accept that. Not the best, but I'll accept it. But Ty, why do you hate me? Yeah, none of my ships are open capable. Except for maybe my Type 10. But I still don't want to risk it. Because I know I'll die. But if I got pulled by a cutter, or that cutter, in my Type 10, it would be a different story. I have a speedy AX hull tank, yeah, but it's an AX ship. It's an AX Chieftain that's only got Gauss on it. So yeah, sure, I might be able to outrun them. But I wouldn't really be able to do much else. Yeah, because I don't think people are going to be running a 500 meters per second ship whilst ganking, unless they're in the FDL. Then maybe. Really? Interesting. I thought Mambas didn't go as fast as the FDL. I thought the FDL went faster. Oh, 07 Commander Orange Phoenix, how you doing? One of the people responsible for this amazing weekend that has absolutely surpassed our expectations. How are you doing, sir? Jesus, fuck. Okay. OP, my chat already hate me. Just saying. They've already turned on the flight assist, or turned off the flight assist, should I say. I am not good with flight assist. I really need to learn flight assist. Just so then Ty can't abuse me with flight assist off. 58. I don't know, Ty. There you go. Incoming. Oh god, is it that time already? Jesus Christ. Okay. I'm just prepare myself. There's a stationing system. Where did you park, Ty? Where did you park, Ty? Out of curiosity. Let me close that tab real quick. The Highlander, welcome on in. I'm sorry, how far, Ty? Excuse me? Stathy, welcome. Thank you for the follow as well. Highlander, how was the rest of your stream? How did it go? Who won the giveaways? I doubt it was me. But welcome, welcome everybody. I am the next host of the charity stream that is doing amazing. Nyx, faithfully, Aging Jedi, Father Bill, thank you all for the follows. You guys are amazing. DJ Maybay as well, thank you for the follow. I'm gonna have lots of fun, am I? Am I though? Right, chat, now that Highlander is here. Oh, you got hyper-addicted more, dear? Oh, that sucks. But now that Highlander is here, alright, I can start my skin giveaway. Nice. But yeah, now that Highlander is here, you lot can all try and get your hands on some more gold dust. Because I have 2 skins to give away. I've already said that if we hit the 4,700 mark, I'll give away Kerbal Space Program as well. Hey Kane, thank you for the $10 donation as well. All the alerts is something that I'm not completely used to, I'm not gonna lie. Captain Metzi, Commander Farron, and Null Priestess, thank you for the follows as well. But welcome on in, everybody. As I was saying earlier on my stream, I have been shitting it about this for about a week. I'm not gonna lie. How have I lost the planet again? Chat, this is like the 5th time that I've lost the planet. I'm good at this. You may hear my partner in the background just giggling at me because I'm a dumbass.
Yeah,
You have...
it's like
Ty, jump out of system, go to Bunda here, whatever it is. Go to LNSY Lion Survey, my carrier, and just buy them there.
that. Okay.
What?
I'm assuming it was you that's on the phone.
Ah, it's probably just limpets that I dropped, it's fine.
Okay.
I know these guys are wonderful. Just look at the amazing amount of money that they've already donated to save the children. Just knock the goals straight out of the park. Because you lot are just amazing. What's coming in way too fast?
Sent someone.
Chat, I'm gonna get killed by a Type 9.
Yeah, I'm
He's not in here yet, is he? No, he's in Super Cruise.
once.
Well, it's great to have you here, Jedi. I just hope that I can be an amazing host like everybody else so far. No guarantees there. I've got Ty coming up my arse soon. Very soon. And Willow, welcome on in. How you doing? I'm just waiting for a Type 9 to just slam into me from where he's going at his top speed. Celine, welcome on in. How you doing? But yeah, welcome on in, everybody. I'm the next host in the 16 or so streamers for the charity stream who have raised an amazing $4,640 US. But yeah, we've got the giveaway going on now, currently. It's going on for 90 minutes. It will yell at me at some point when it's ready. All you have to do is radio 07 to get in. And then if you win, please DM me your Twitch name, your email address that is connected to your Frontier account, and what ship you want. I do want to get in on the action in my own chat, but I'm going to avoid it as much as I want the gold dust. As much as I want the gold dust. Also, I'm refraining from looking at Discord because I know Discord's going to yell at me at some point. Yes, 1 entry per person here. I don't know how some of the other presenters were doing it. I'm doing it 1 entry per person, and then it will randomly choose at the end of the giveaway. And Commander Reza B, thank you for the follow as well. But welcome, everybody. Ah, the official Pilots Lounge is now following. And Mr. Funkin' Moo, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. That's how I'm losing the planet. Got it. In 90 minutes. So it'd be 7:30? Yeah, 7:30-ish. No, that's not GMT. 6:30 GMT. Game time. What?
Purple lasers.
Gary won't hurt you.
It doesn't matter. I was not paying attention.
Probably. Wait, how far away from me are you? Oh, are you? Okay. I don't know this.
Good to know.
You'd know if you weren't.
Yep, I'd be dead.
Asteroid scan
Or what Yeri's missus will do is she'll throw his empty Coke cans at him. That will just sat on his desk. Also, Hakuna, welcome on in. How you doing? Co-founder of My Squadron. But yes, chat, Radio 07 to get in on a chance at Gold Dusk. I can just imagine it.
Asteroid scan complete.
I don't know why I can just imagine it, but I can just imagine it.
It sounds like something we
Yeah, it does sound like something that we would do. That's not the point.
Programming limit drone.
Ah, no worries, Hakuna. Not the end of the world.
Prospector limit failed.
I'm just gonna boil and crash into rocks. It's fine.
Programming limit drone. Asteroid scan complete.
Ty, where did you jump to? Is he still in system? Hey, you know I've got a fleet carrier, right? Yeah, the usual, Hakuna. The absolute usual. Megameters. Oh, you must be just a fleet carrier around the planet. It doesn't fill me with joy that Ty is that close.
He went over us.
Yeah, it would be a fleet carrier. That's called
Yeah,
trading something
he
something.
went over us. I was watching him.
But yes, the Highlander was the one who passed it over to me. I am passing it over to Tilt. Don't quote me on that. I have memory of goldfish. I'm not suddenly scrambling to look at the schedule again that I've had up this whole time. I mean, what? Yeah, Tiltsy. Yep. Either way, you lot are amazing. I'm gonna say it all stream. You lot really, really are, because that is an amazing amount of money.
Guys are coming.
Chat, hide. There's a maniac in a Type 9 that will use people as speed bumps. I don't use everything as speed bumps.
I will.
I didn't know that Tiltsy is the voice of the FDL advert. I'm not gonna lie, I haven't really listened to the adverts. I think I've listened to the Anaconda one, which I know is obviously you. No worries, Eddie. No worries. Sorry, chat, my jaw's acting wrong at the moment. Yeah, rock might save you. Oh, wait, Hakuna, you mean it's not? Shit. I've been mining wrong this whole time. How far away can you shoot, Yeri? Jesus. My mining lasers can't do that. But yes, thank you, Eddie. It does mean a lot. 2.5... How? How the fuck can you shoot from that far? Do I want to know what type of mining laser you're using? I can't get that far. There's an engineer. Oh yeah, there is. Shit. No, that makes sense. Maybe I should get a couple of them. Yeah. I saw that in Highlander's stream, Spatula. I think it was you that said it as well. That's a lot of arcs. That's a lot of cosmetics. That is a lot of cosmetics. No worries, Highlander. No worries. I kind of sort of had food before stream because I was like, yeah, I don't really want to go on a half-an-hour bio break or something like that. Nearly a whole suit and a ship kit. Yep. Welcome in, Tokoso. How you doing?
Curious.
Are you alright? Are you just targeting Ty of where the fuck is it? Garumba, welcome on in. How you doing? How was the rest of your stream as well? Yeah, I would also recommend moving. I mean, I'm almost full, so I don't care. I get to jump out in a second. It's not the point, though. Yeah, you get to shoot the people that come in. It was awesome. Good to hear. Good to hear. Well, you have a chance to win some of the gold dust that you gave away in your stream. Radio 07 to get your hands on it. I am so glad that I've got shield boosters. You mean I'm not meant to be booping Ty?
No.
Why not? Because he fucking brought enemies on us.
Yeah.
Prick.
There's a mob in a team of two.
Limpet drone error. Deploy cargo hatch. Cargo scoop deployed.
It's fine, I'm not here. I'm just gonna let you guys have fun with that. I mean, I can probably ram. Shouldn't, but I could, because that's a big ship. If I somehow miss this, I'm going to be ashamed of my piloting skills. You bastard, it moved. I was on course. I mean, sure, we can anchor you in, Hakuna. But it'll only really matter if one of us jumps in. There, I helped. Heather G, welcome on in. How you doing? So we had someone jump in on us, so now we have to take out the space pirates trying to gank us. I'm helping. Hey, bud. Don't move. Don't, you bastard. Does anybody else do this? It should. It absolutely should. It should just take out some materials of their ship. Did I hit that? I think I clipped that a little bit. This is how you take out pirates in a mining ship. Yes, chat? There is a right answer here. But Hakuna, I think we should be good. We've got Yeri with plasma accelerators. There, shield's gone.
This moment.
Yep, it is. That's fine, don't worry about it. It's dead.
Oh, this one.
No, it's still alive, but it'll be running soon. Probably. At least I would. Yeah, back to the space rocks. I see you are helping then, Ty. What's behind rock number 1? Oh, behind it is a shiny rock. Come on, come on.
Asteroid scan complete.
Give me something good. Indie? That's not good. Not worth it for a shiny rock.
Programming limpet drone. Asteroid scan complete. Prospector limpet failed.
Chat, I've lost the planet again. I think this is all this stream is going to be, is just me losing the planet.
Yay, so
Ah, planet.
Asteroid scan complete.
Yeah, that one's depleted, meaning I've been here. Hey B, welcome on in. How you doing?
that's it.
S? I'm gonna assume? Ty, I don't know.
Used you as bumper.
I use a fucking HOTAS with a controller that disconnects and a keyboard that disconnects, so it's fine. I'm doing pretty good, B. I'm doing pretty good.
Programming limpet drone. Asteroid scan complete. Prospector limpet
I'm just melting, quite literally. Like, I'm one flying monkey away from becoming the Wicked Witch of the West. What do you mean,
Asteroid scan complete.
So, chat, we seem to have, a rampant Type 9 that can't stop. So,
No, he's stopping.
what do you mean? I'm not that green. Yeah, it's boiling down here. Commander Damastius, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. You figured it out?
You could see you figured it out. It's gonna use the fucking back up.
Max Sandwich, thank you for the follow as well. Welcome on in. Yeah, but this one especially, because, it's Thai.
Right.
Apparently you missed Thai.
I saw his
Yep, let me jump out of Team More Dear and I can get you in. That's the wrong button. If my hostess wants to cooperate. Yeah, give me 30 seconds, More Dear, and I can get you in. Asteroid depleted. Go, my collector bees. How much platinum am I at? 150? Not bad. Not bad. Not bad at all. Oh, hey. Oh, we probably will. Google it. Also, Ty, I'd recommend talking in local, not team, because I'm not in your team anymore. Jesus fucking Christ, cat, go.
right.
Did you get used as a ram again?
Yeah. I wasn't paying attention that time.
So yeah, we've got a mad tyrant of a Type 9.
So you figured it out.
Hey Ty, why don't you just use the controller for everything else but slowing down?
Prospector limit engaged. Asteroid scan complete.
Now what disconnected? I'm just hearing angry Windows noises and I don't know if it's my controller or my keyboard, because I know both are having issues.
Prospector limit engaged. Programming limit drone.
Ah shit, yeah, I'm not in the... Yep,
Limit failed.
I'm smart.
Scan complete.
This is fine.
Collector limit expired. Prospector limit engaged.
How is your controller no bueno?
Programming limit drone. Asteroid
I can't help that your controller is no bueno.
failed.
Finally recovered. Right.
Ty, Elite hates everybody.
Yeah.
Just saying, Elite hates everybody, especially new players. Like, let's just be real. Elite has a learning cliff. Kale THX 1029, welcome on in. Saigon, okay. That's fair. Well, welcome. How you doing? Programming Limpet Drone. Programming Limpet Drone. Programming Limpet Drone. Well, Ty, if you've got any platinum and you want to actually sell it, just take it over to my carrier. I can put in a buy order for, I don't know, like 100% or something. What, my carrier? Fair enough. Same Ty. Why were you mining painite in a platinum hotspot, you thick fuck? How much painite have you got then, Ty? I can put in a buy order. Because I can still sell it somewhere. I can still make a profit. 540? I thought you said your thingy only held 440. Wait, how do you get that much in such little time? You know, I'm not going to question it. You said 440. You did say 440. I'm not going crazy here. I think. What broke? 44% of platinum? Nice. Ah, fair enough. That makes sense. But now that we've got my carry, we can actually sell it to Azor for dirt cheap. And he can just go sell it. Not the sun. Hakuna, do you want me to pull you in? Out of curiosity. Your mighty size 1 multi-cannon. Yes. Yes. Pirates are pathetic. You can repair it, my fleet carrier. Nah.
Really?
You can do that later. My refinery's full? Does that mean my inventory's full? Shit. Let's just get rid of 6. I'll instantly be freed up. Ah, I see the purple. Jesus, it's full again? Okay, well, I'm full. How full can I get, though? There's an extra 4. Maybe I should head back to the carrier now. Commander Hatch, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. Sorry about that, chat. Right, let's get out of Dodge. Let's get to my my carrier, which isn't in system, but that's not the point. Mr. Trog Gaming, welcome on in. How you doing? I'm just overwhelmed in general today, Commander Hatch. Today is just insane, in general. That was the wrong button. But yes, do get in on the giveaway. Quite a few of them in there. I do want some gold dust. Oh, god damn it, really? Okay, we didn't get Braven tunneled. It's fine. Why am I holding 24 million? As you do. My god, I just jumped out. Oh my god. These AI are nuts today. No, but it was the message of, yeah, I found the big cargo ship.
Like, I'm just there.
It's like, I've just left. Jesus. Hey, Pastors, welcome on in. How you doing? Hopefully I said your name right. I apologize if I haven't. I butcher my own name sometimes. Dirty Beggar. Good name. Welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, good plan. I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it. I've been playing it basically all day. Like, since I started getting prepped for stream, I literally just stuck it on in the background and I've been just listening to it all day. It is a lot easier to say, especially for dumb brain like me. It's so far away.
What?
So far away. And it's not, at least it's not in the thousands of light seconds, but it's so far away. Watch me do a second loop of shame here, chat, where I'm not paying attention and I'm just looking at you guys or something. Yep, it's a loop. God damn it. At least I wasn't looking at you lot. I was looking at Discord, because I have an @ notification somewhere. The fuck did you knock off? Okay, I'm just hearing Hannah break shit in the background. Okay,
Hey, nothing broke.
that's debatable.
That's a call out, isn't it?
Well, good for out there. I'm just gonna boil in here. I don't want to open this more. There's a Sir blocking the light. It's currently fine. Won't be for too much longer though. Where are you going?
Oh, that's not.
There. Ugh. Ah, that's a good sign. Excuse me, Mr. Planet, have you forgotten how to planet? I'm just gonna pretend I don't see it. Just gonna pretend I don't see it. But yeah, Hakuna, that emote, that certain sir is currently sunbathing on the windowsill. I wasn't paying attention again. At least I'm closer now. Oh my god, I'm gonna get some kind of error. This is great. We just don't see, we just don't look at that planet, alright? Of course you know who I'm talking about. That sir is the sunbather, currently. Being adorable. Let me just close that though, because it's too bright out there. As you can tell from my neck being illuminated. There is my pretty carrier. Should probably put full shields on, because I'm not the best at landing sometimes. What do you mean insufficient boost? Who cares if I'm speeding, carrier? You're my carrier. Oh god, could you imagine? How would they explain that? Ah yes, the planets have suddenly come alive and are now attacking commanders at random. Don't have to worry about hyperdictions anymore, chat. I also haven't pulled that up either, so I didn't hear that. I'm gonna just pretend like I heard it. Though I don't have a door in this room, so I can't hear it. Right, where's my pad? Again, 10 out of 10 pro streamer, right here. At least it's something that isn't too important. In the, like, grand scheme of things.
Hey, listen!
Hey, does anybody want 16 units of tobacco? I hope you guys hear these, though. Doesn't really bother me if I hear them, but I hope you guys hear them. You hear them? Okay, good. Good. What are you on about, Hakuna? What? Okay. Let me just pull up this in a side extension, or side menu, up on my other monitor. The tobacco? Shit. There. There's a dashboard for it and everything. Now I can hear things. Yeah, now I can hear things. Right, more limpets. Oh, the limpets. Wonder how much we can get the carrier to, chat. Unless anybody knows a decent place to sell nearby. Chat, I found my second worst enemy next to the stairs. It's landing gears. I always forget to put them up. Excuse you, I have the dashboard up. Why it no... Yeah, fine. I can just stick it on that. I'm not going to complain about the Star Wars theme, though. The Star Wars theme is Cantina theme. 10 out of 10. No worries, Karamba. No worries. I completely get it. Thank you so much for popping in. Thank you for the follow as well. Hakuna, it's my job to break things in this, at this point with streaming. Okay. Oh, it's just the alert on the... Okay, that makes more sense. Be gone, fleet carriers. But yeah, it's basically just my job as a streamer to break things, Hakuna. You should know this, being a streamer. But yeah, anybody that's been, you know, lurking around the stream since Karamba stream, get the fuck up, stretch your legs, just saying. I should probably take my own advice here, but I'm not going to. Because I haven't really gotten up since the start of Pixie's stream. I mean, what? Just as a reminder, chat, if we do hit the 4,700 mark, I will be giving away either Starbound or Kerbal Space Program. I haven't decided which yet. I will probably toss a coin for it. But again, I know it doesn't compare at all to some of the goals or some of the giveaways that we've had so far. But I can't quite compete with some of the things that have been given away, like Voice Attack, or even the t-shirts. I can just give you other space games. That's all I got. Other space games. That's what it feels like, Adam. That's what it feels like. Damn it, now I have fucking Tossakoi to your Witcher in my head. Nope. This is your own fault. This is your own fault. Just saying. I'm in the same boat though, because it's in my head as well now. Though it won't take me long before it comes out of my head, probably. Hopefully. But I want to win t-shirts, so I hope we don't get to that. But I hope we do at the same time. That's not the point. I want to win a t-shirt, OP. My money situation's been crap since the beginning, and I've been looking at that going, please be in my favor this month. Yes, that they do. Every donor gets a digital download of the new Tokuso album, which we are listening to in the background. At least I believe it's the new one. Don't quote me on that one. I just know it's one of their albums. It's an amazing album. Because again, I've been listening to this since about 2 o'clock, since I sat down and actually sorted everything. I'm blind. I'm blind. Wait, there's a booklet too? I want the booklet. Like... Hi, Fred. Where are we? Where are all the rocks at? Morty, why are you so far from the rocks? I want to know. Oh, there's an adder and an imperial eagle on our asses now. Hakuna, maybe we should have taken your offer on protection. The platinum breadcrumbs. Fair. Jesus, we're 50 kilometers away from the hotspot. Nice. So, Hakuna, do you want to come rescue our asses from everybody that jumps in? Maybe I should have not had you in the background then, Pixie. Maybe I could have seen the booklet. Is you asleep? Is you dead? I'm going to take that as a yes. Wait, how far away are you? Are you not on the carrier? Why are you not on carrier? $122 light years? Jesus. That's not too far, though. Depending on what ship I'm in. No worries, Mordeer. No worries. Hopefully you don't get ganked by Tweedledee and Tweedledum that are nearby. Maybe I should also do that. Oh, Jesus. That's a lot of rocks that have just suddenly appeared. Also, please tell me I'm not the only person that has a hotkey bound for night vision. Makes life a lot easier, I'll tell you that. No, rocks. God, I love the Python. We got the name of the ship there, chat. Jesus, my brain no good today. And this is how you mine things, right? Look, sometimes my brain do good, okay, Hakuna? Today, no. What do I have in my cargo hold? Yeah, I just have a button bound on my HOTUS that was once the light button. It is now no longer the light button. Because I use night vision a lot more than I use the lights. Back again. Welcome back, Will. Welcome back. But yes, Hakuna, my brain does work sometimes. Sometimes. That reminds me, I need to finish filling out a job application. Yeah, no, you're right. It don't work. It just don't work. But yeah, hopefully everybody's had an amazing Saturday. Hopefully anybody who has been following the train of the streams over the past day have enjoyed it. And to anybody that's helped with the massive donation amount, you guys are amazing. Valor, thank you. Welcome for the follow. Welcome for the follow. Christ, my brain's not working today. Thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Jesus. You can tell that I've been awake too long, chat. This is fine. Just let all the collectors go. Stop sunbathing. Excuse you. Everybody has been there before, yeah. It's just one of those days. Just one of those days where you're like, ah, words are hard. I mean, words are hard anyway, but not the point. Also didn't actually see if any of these are shiny rocks. Nope. They're all far away. Okay. What's in rock number 1?
Prospector limit engaged. Asteroid scan complete.
No platinum. In a platinum hotspot, no less. How could they?
Prospector limit failed. Asteroid depleted.
Depleted? Oh, okay. So we've been here.
Programming limit drone. Asteroid scan complete. Prospector limit failed. Prospector limit engaged. Asteroid scan complete.
Cydlium. Yep, that's how you English. Again, it's just one of those days, chat. Words are difficult for me.
Prospector limit engaged.
Palladium.
Asteroid scan complete.
What do you mean?
Programming limit drone.
What do you mean improper discrimination of the ignore settings? Thank you very much. I can ignore quite a lot of things.
Prospector limit engaged.
Can't ignore that though.
Asteroid depleted.
Just as a reminder, chat, !radio 07 will get you an entry towards the ship skin. I'm not picking up painite in a platinum ring. I see only platinum. Not me, Ty. Yeah, Ty is a heathen. We don't talk about Ty. Yeah, we don't talk about Ty. We pretend Ty doesn't exist sometimes.
Asteroid depleted.
Depleted. Go, collector bees. Like the worst Applebees.
Cargo hold
I'd say we've done quite a good haul so far, chat. We've been live for almost 2 hours. We've got another 2 to go. I regret saying that I'd be live for this long, to be honest. Just brain gone fuzzy a little bit. Welcome back, Eddie. How you doing? Where's the planet? That's my usual goal of choice. Head towards the planet. Maybe I'll do it a little differently this time. Maybe I'll have the planet on my left or my right. Not that I can even find the planet, but that's not the point. Oh, seriously, where is the planet? Okay. We're going to do drum rolling 3 minutes before. I mean, fair enough. You've got half an hour for that.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Prospector engine failed.
Give me a explodey rock. I just want to blow up a rock. Preferably a platinum one. Come up. Go faster. Hey, look, it's an explodey rock.
Asteroid scan complete.
Sweet. Sweet. No worries, Mordir. No worries. Completely get it. As I say, IRL over URL.
Prospector engine failed.
No, that's not the button I wanted, actually.
Detonation sequence initiated.
Medium? No, I don't want medium.
Asteroid scan complete.
I would like the disarm. Thank you. Jensen 07, welcome on in. How you doing? I really need to fix my HOTAS, Christ. How far away are you, Yeri?
Detonation sequence initiated.
Am I going to kill some Thargoids? I'm going to be killing some Thargoids later in Celine's stream. I know she's not part of the event or the charity stream, but that's when I'm going to be killing Thargoids, personally. 'Cause I'm not good at killing Thargoids. 30 kilometers? Ah, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. I can solo a Clops, and that's about it. No, that is it. Also, chat, I don't care about this core. Hence why I'm just letting it explode. I'm going to assume that you hosted, maybe, from the fact that it shouted you out. I don't know. Probably. My bot does weird things sometimes. Cat, thanks for blinding me.
Detonation in 10 seconds.
Come on, we need the good shots. Beautiful. Beautiful. Anyway, I don't care about that rock. Where's the planet? There's the planet. Jesus, that doesn't stick out at all. Hey, you, loaf. No, I'm just being ignored by the cat. Okay. And there's Yeri with his limpets in tow.
Excuse you. Stop being deceased over there.
This is what happens when you have cats, chat. They will loaf in all of the places, and you can't reach them to talk to them.
Programming limpet drone. Asteroid scan complete. Prospector limpet failed.
Go, Prospector!
Prospector limpet in
Really? That's not on my ignore list? Okay. Sure, it can just sit in my carrier, I guess. Ooh, 48%. Nice.
collector limpet expired.
I just want to say thank you to everybody for sticking around with me. It's much appreciated. You guys are amazing. Still got the 30 minutes on the, what's we'll call it? Frontier skin. That's it. Luckily for me as well, I don't have to push buttons with my giveaway bot. It literally does it automatically for me. When the timer runs out, voila. Whoops. I thought I had all 4 pips into weapons. Apparently not. Eleven, 8, 5, 2. Jesus, that was close, Rock. You're arriving in system? Hell yeah. The carrier isn't in system. The carrier is just outside of system. It is here, where Hannah is currently sat at. But that's less than a light year away. No, less than 2 light years away even. Gary, out of curiosity, why 4 beams? I mean, I know it would mine through things incredibly quick. But why 4? Fair. You've ran this with 5? Jesus. No, that's too many mining lasers. I used to run 5 regular mining limpets on my Type 9. I hated it. But it could hold so much. Like the only good thing about that Type 9 was just its cargo capacity. Yeah, that's smart. That is smart. Maybe I need to get myself a couple. Though I don't remember what size my mining lasers are. Dreams Crusher 1, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. How we doing? Am I just blind? Oh, there. 2Ds. Elector limpet expired. Okay, thanks. Lost the planet again. Yeah, there's the hotspot, so it must be in front of us. I hope. I don't know. Fine, let's just go this way, I guess. Chat, I don't know how I'm losing a planet, but whatever. It's fine. $51? Which one are you at? Damn. That's crap. That one. Oh, that's the one that I just came from. Yeah, that's the one that I just came from. I'd still like to know how I'm managing to lose a big-ass planet, but whatever. Prospect to limpet failed. Go. That's 10%. Nope. On to the next. Avoid the rock. This is fine. Palladium. $55. Hell yes. Go. Go, my beautiful collectors. They are literally just little bees. And the honey is platinum fragments, apparently. That's a rock. This is fine. I didn't crash. You have no proof. Yeah. What have you got in you? I mean, it can say it all it wants, Sakuna. I've got a big ass shield on this. But at some point when I go back to doing the power play modules, because I didn't have money to mass buy prismatics, I will be getting a prismatic on this thing. 66? Fucking hell yes. Jesus. Look at Yeri showing off. I want to be able to shoot that far. Chat, do you ever get the feeling that something's just crawling up you? That's currently me. It just feels like the little teeny weeny tiny legs just crawling up me. It's a weird sensation. Catty's flopped over there now. He was up there in the sun. Now he's flopped over there in the darkness. So I'm going to assume that he got too hot. But no, it's not him that I feel like it's crawling at me. It's probably from him, to be honest. It probably ticks or something. Yep, he's fast asleep. There is no chance of cat today, chat. Also, chat, I just want to say a huge thank you personally, because from today, we are now at 999 followers, which is insane. Crap, I'm going to need to do a 1,000 follower stream soon. Bugger. Okay. Well, you lot are amazing. Not just for that, but for the charity as well. And don't forget, if we do get to, oh, thingamabob. What's it called? My brain, no brain. 4,700, I will be giving away a key for Kerbal Space Program on Steam. And Hakuna, thank you for gifting the $10. I've only just seen that. Don't use flight assist. So flight assist on or flight assist off? How long is that for again? I mean, there's a toggle for it, so it's not my fault. You lot can physically put flight assist on or flight assist off on. Hi, Yeri. How you doing? I can't be like the master of flight assist off over there. No. I think I would rather, you know, die. Yeah, limits. No worries, Jerry. No worries. I can only really use flight assist off for Thargoid hunting. No, I can't do. This is fine. There's no rules against me doing this, right? I'm not as bad as I used to be at flight assist off. In-game action. Fuck, 5 minutes? Fuck. This is fine. Hey, Celine. Celine, where are you doing Supplemental Saturday today? True, 5 minutes is nothing. You've still got 15 minutes, Eddie. My God. Thank you for the lurk, Errol. I don't know why my bot's broken. Everything's broken. As I was saying earlier, though, Eddie, I don't actually have a button to stop it. But I can cancel it, but I ain't doing that, but, you know. Yeah, that one's depleted. Got it. Akuna, can you yell at me when it's been 5 minutes? Thank you kindly. You can see when the thingy was redeemed. I cannot. I think. FA off is a lot harder with HOTAS. Yeah, Yeri, I don't know how you do this. No, Yeri. No, I'm good. No, I'm still doing the flight assist off. I ain't that much of a bitch. I'm a bitch, but I ain't that much. %? Nope. I'm surprisingly good. I mean, if Yeri's mining it, that's fine, I suppose. There's a reason I have a big ass shield on this. And by big ass, I mean size 2 with 2 boosters. No, I did though. I did, Pixie. So, it's fine. Whee! My ship is going to take more hits than a boxer at this rate. How much am I on? 71? Nice. It's been 5. Sweet. Again, the only time that I do flight assist off is when I'm in Finance Friday or Supplemental Saturday. Oh, you bitch. At least I can toggle that. There's no time limit on that. Ray Mobula, welcome on in. How you doing? 07 to you. At least you lot can't boost me into oblivion currently with the cargo scoop being down. Kuna, you're supposed to be one of me. One of the light side. You're not supposed to be part of the dark side with Pixie. Just saying. You were the chosen one. I think my cargo scoop come. Oh no, it's just it was sending that. Okay. What have you got in you? Sure. Sure. Kuna, you know that I'm going to get you back for this tomorrow, right? In your stream. I don't care how I do it, but I will. Back. When is the draw? It is in 11 minutes, I believe. Oh shit, yeah. Yeah, fuck's sake. Fine, I'll get you back next week, Hakuna. That sounds fair to me. I have a good memory when it comes to revenge. Sometimes. Ray, thank you for the follow. Well, we're at 1,000. Yeah, that one's depleted. This is fine. Everything is fine. Nope, that's a crap rock. What's the big rock got? Come on, have something good. 7%? That's just getting worse. What about you? You got something good? That one's good. God damn. Yeah. Me too. I just had the Warbucks event in general. I'm honestly surprised that OP did reach out to me out of everybody. But I'm not going to complain because it has been an amazing experience so far. And we've still got another, I want to say, hour and a half of me being the host. If I remember correctly, Tiltsy is starting in half an hour, maybe. Don't quote me on that. Humongine, welcome on in. How you doing? That was the correct command. Yes, you've got. I can't read the time from here. I think it says 8 minutes. Yeah, 8 minutes. 8 minutes until I pull the first draw. Pixie does have good timing. Yes. Probably better than mine. Mine is horrifically bad. I kind of sort of forgot about, you know, whatchamacallit. Ray, thank you for the $10 donation as well. Shadow, welcome on in. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Welcome to, I want to say like part 12 or something like that of the sponsored stream that's going on till tomorrow. How you doing, Shadow? How was Death Stranding? I got my brain is not with it today. But yeah, how's Death Stranding, Shadow? Well, welcome everybody. As you can see, we are doing a charity stream, Shadow. Thank you, Hakuna, for shouting them out as well. But yeah, we are doing a charity stream for Save the Children Ukraine. And as you can see, we have smashed it out of the fucking park. Oh, you're at that part of the game. Yeah, no, I don't envy you. That part of the game becomes very, very weird. I think that's the best way I can put it. No, that's reverse. Don't want reverse. I don't trust the shiny rock. But yes, I am the current host of the 16 streamers who are taking part in Operation Warbucks Volume 2. Electric Boogaloo. Q, you don't have a sword here. Just saying. Wow, those sound nasty, Yeri. Just being next to that, Christ. One way to make someone shit themselves. But for everybody that came in with a raid, my name is the _Cursed Titan. I know I didn't do this with Highlander or anything. I didn't feel like it was right. But I'm the _Cursed Titan. I'm a Elite Dangerous streamer that has a sprinkle of other things on a Monday. I'm mining for platinum, personally. No worries, Ray. Thank you so much for popping in and for the follow and for the $10 donation. It does mean a lot. But yeah, I'm mining for platinum. That's what I normally mine for. It's just a lot easier for me. And I can just put it on the carrier and just yeet the carrier somewhere and get a decent profit. I mean, that is fair, Hugh. That is fair. Once have a sword, always have a sword. Platinum, 15%, it's not bad. I'll let Yeri mine the shit out of it. But yeah, I'm glad you had a good stream, Shadow. Means that is another tab that I can close. I mean, what? I don't just have people on lurk, on massive lurks. Oh, you're full? Oh, sweet. What was only a minor scuff? What? What do you want about Shadow? Oh. Shadow, all streams are broken. Let's just be real here. Like, have you been around my streams? I have a tendency of just breaking everything. Earlier we had a planet that was artifacting pretty damn badly, for example. Though that might be where I've been playing Elite for about 6 hours now. Also, chat, if you do !Radio07 within the next 3.5 minutes, you'll be entered into the giveaway for one of the Frontier skins. If you do win the Frontier skin as well, please DM me the email account linked to the Frontier account that you want to get the skin to. And which ship you want, even. Dark Sylvia, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. At about like the minute mark, I will switch over to the other scene that I've got specifically for it that shows the 3 skins and all that. Oof. Oof. I feel like that's something that I would do. I feel like mine's on its last... Fuck, that's hot. Ow. Shadow, was that worth it? Was Crab Raid worth it? Illyrium, welcome on in. How you doing? Sorry, I might have just got a first degree burn from my PC. Why is my cargo bay full? Goodbye, limpets. Well, Shadow, if you want to put money towards any good cause, I would put it towards the charity stream. A random fact about me. Alright. Alright. I haven't been in a fight, like a physical fist fight, for 4 years now. No, 5 years now. Jesus. 5 years now, yeah. And another one, just as a bonus, I have been in 27 fights from year 3 or grade 3. I don't know what it is in American.
Listen.
But yeah, I don't know what it is in American, but why is that so large as well? Okay, let me just make that teeny weeny tiny whiny. I've been in 27 fights between year 3 and year 11. Not 23, 27 fights between year 3 and year 11. Again, I don't know what that is in American terms. 3rd grade till 11th grade? I don't know. A lot, basically. But yeah, only 5 years. My win-loss ratio to the 27 fights, I've lost 2. I've lost 2. 1 was technically a loss. So there you go, 25 to 2. But technically, if I want to be pedantic, it's 26 to 2 because one of them was a 2v1. Nah, no UFC career. I just saw red and lost it. Pretty much. That's the only way I can describe it. Akuna, why did you do the maths there? 92%. Jesus Christ. But yeah, I just saw red in school because they always started it except for one. But yeah, saw red. Yeri, I can't fight anyone at the moment. Hey Yeri, you won. I didn't realize it's already been that time. That was the wrong button. Yeah. And now it's going to run through all the alerts, because none of my alert boxes are synced up. This is... Yep. Either way, Yeri, you have one of the beautiful skins over here. You know the rules. Just DM me the email address that is linked to, you know, your Frontier account that you want. And what skin you want it for. I'm going to assume that you want it for the Phantom because the crate one is ugly and I don't see you being a Mamba person anytime soon. But yes, I stream good, me. I promise. I will be starting the other one in about half an hour, chat. I will run it for about 45 minutes. No, they don't, Shadow. They really, really don't. Not at all. Not at all. But yeah, I will start the other one in about half an hour. I will get someone to yell at me. Probably my phone or something. Let me put on a timer for half an hour. Chat, I've lost my clock app. I don't know, Yeri. I don't know. I'll ask OP. And yeah. There you go. Yes, half an hour. I got it on my phone as well. But yeah, I've actually been smart and I put a timer on my phone as well. I'm smart for once. Right, what have you got, Mr. Rock? Yeah, that is when I will start the other one. If we still somehow hit 4,700 before that, which is $39 away, I'll be doing a giveaway for Kerbal Space Program. But congratulations, Jerry. But no, I do want one of the gold dust skins. I really, really do. Out of all of them, I want the Phantom. But I want it on my ult. for when I eventually get a Phantom. My lasers aren't as powerful as yours, Yeri. I need yours. Is it through the human engineer? Or am I just misremembering? You're currently running a Mark II? I don't like the Mark II, personally. It just doesn't sit well with me. Human Tech Rocket? Okay. I'll go grab that at some point, I guess. But yeah, the Mark II just doesn't sit great with me. I'm not the biggest of fans for it. Mainly because I went with the Chief first and then the crate. And I'd gotten used to the scalpel abilities of the Chieftain. Because it's just so maneuverable. It just feels more squishy. I think I just watched one of my limpets almost murder itself on Yeri's lasers. Okay. The Mark II and the FDL? Yeah, that is fair. The FDL is a weird one for me. Out of the two, I would have said the Mark II, personally. I'm pretty sure the Mark II is faster and has more internals and doesn't feel as squishy. I mean, I have an FDL. I don't think I have enough limpets for this chat. Well, out at least. Yeah, I don't like the jump range on the FDL either. It's not the best, to be perfectly honest. I do. I've just logged mine onto my carrier and I've just forgotten about it and haven't touched it in months. Need to go engineer it some more. You can tell that I'm probably not going to do that though, and it's probably just going to sit there forever. Just looking all sad. No, well, today is thankfully Saturday. I do not wish for it to be Sunday, because I potentially have a meeting that I'm just going to pretend that I don't have. Like, my manager's told me about it today, and apparently it's been on the board for like a week, and I'm just here like, yeah, I saw that. I paid attention to that. I would be too. But yeah, no. Because apparently I have a meeting, which I'm not going to. I've already worked my contracted hours this week. They can't make me go in. I mean, what? I just forgot it existed. Working on your way to get Anaconda? I know the feels. What do you want it for? Out of curiosity. You want it for mining? Do you want it for combat? For exploration? I do like my Conda for exploration though. I'm not gonna lie. Having a jumper Conda, beautiful. Combat and explore. Good luck getting a good balance between the two. I mean, there probably is builds out there somewhere. I'm just not that smart, to be perfectly honest. Bernardo, welcome on in. How you doing? How was your stream? I saw you were playing Elite Dangerous. Thank you for the follow the other day as well. Oh yeah, I paused alerts, didn't I? Because of the other screen. Completely forgot. Just so that all the alerts weren't doubled up. Cargo hold at maximum capacity. In a bunch of BGS things, I luckily have never dipped my toes into BGS. The mining's going pretty good. I filled up my my Python once already, with the assistance of Yeri behind me. Yes, I believe so. Yeri, I believe so. True, true. Okay, but I haven't purposely dipped my toes into the BGS stuff. That is something that I'm going to avoid until the squadron that I am part of, me, Hakuna, and my alt and my partner, will be, once that becomes a player faction, then I would be alright with it. But for the moment, nah. Not worth it. Not worth me dipping my toes in. Twitch name? I thought it was the... no, that does make sense. Yeah, it's a big old box that I don't want to open yet. It's just like I didn't want to open Thargoid Combat, but I did. I have been atted. Where have I been atted? Wait, Yeri, did you really just use the Vanguard Discord to at me to find me in the Discord? That's lazy. That is lazy. I can't blame you though. Can't blame you at all. Yeri, you know there's a search bar, right? Just saying. There is a search bar. But no, that is fair. I would do something similar. Nope, no platinum. We just want platinum in this house. You have a question? Hit me up. What's the question? No guarantees that I can answer, but what's the question anyway? Where do you get chemical processes? That brings me back to my struggles of originally getting them. I 9 times out of 10, I get them from ships that I blow up in combat. That's my main source of them. I know you can get them from... You can get them from Dav's Hope, yeah. Signal farming, there's quite a few ways. Yeah, HGE and then trade down. Dav's Hope is another good one, yeah. Yeah, the way that I do it is I go into combat with a ship that has a collector limpet and a cargo rack to some degree, and I just shoot out limpets after I've murdered a ship. And I collect whatever materials it's got. It's a good way to make a little bit of money on the side and get some materials as well. But I'm assuming that you're doing it for the frameshift drive. I know that pain. I remember when I was getting back into Elite, me and Bowtie won, and we were both like, where the fresh fuck do we get chemical processors from? Oh, the good old days. The good old days of not knowing where to go. It depends what links they are, Yeri. If they're Coriolis, Anara, EDSY, should be fine. I can get one of my mods to permit you. Hakuna! Not Commander Bowtie Billy. Commander Bowtie 1. I don't have the second one running yet, Highlander. I'm going to be running it in 15 minutes. There you go, Hakuna, give Gary the pass. Yeah, Anara is what I use most as well. Anara is very helpful, to be honest. Probably drop these limpets now, shouldn't I? But I didn't mean to just drop one. Meant to drop all of them. There you go, Yeri. I mean, I can just do this. This would be a lot easier. Fine. Don't worry about it. There you go. You should be fine now. None of you, stop objectifying me, alright? I know I have some tits on me. You don't need to stare. Alright, I am full up. I'm going to jump back to my carrier. But yeah, the Elite Dangerous community is amazing. 1, for all of that up in the top. 2, because we're always willing to help. I know what it was like just starting engineering. It's... Jesus Christ, it's a big whale of a beast. It is one of the things that I will cross at a later date with my partner when we get there. Definitely have more questions, but fire away. If I can't answer, somebody else in the chat will be able to answer. Because, as far as I've seen, the Elite Dangerous community is just amazing. They always try and help new people, or people that are new to certain things in the game. Right, I've got, according to Steam, I've got about 2,000 hours in the game. Right? I still have 1,000,001 questions. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. To say the least. You won't no. No, well, there's some parts of engineering that's pretty fun. Sure, respectfully. Respectfully, yeah, sure, we'll go with that one. We'll go with that one. What should you bring? An SRV. That's all you'll need. SRV. I would recommend not doing it in open as well. I know gankers tend to hang about there. But yeah, I would recommend going to That's Hope with an SRV. ED Engineer. That might be another one for me, to be honest. Oh no, that's the ship with the big hull. Whatever will I do? Some decent music and the ability to just reload constantly. Yep. Into my eyes. Yeah, they're up here. Just saying. Same with you, none of you. Hey, UP. How you doing? Have you seen how amazing the community is, though? They've had to increase the goal like 3 times. No, there was no fish of my rope. Not yet, at least. I haven't run into anybody in over a month. Lucky you. I deselected my carrier. That's why I wasn't paying attention. Oh, wait, I know why I deselected my carrier. Because I'm dumb. Yep. Good old smart me. Hey, Yeri got pulled. That's fine, then I have no issues with this. Yeri can defend himself. Hey, Jesse. How you doing? No, I don't do cat maid streams. I can do cat. I can't do the maid part because I don't have a corset anymore and not a maid outfit. That is a memory that you lot cannot unlock, or a stream that you lot cannot unlock because that stream is lost to the Aether. Yeri, how much are you holding as well so I can put in a buy order? Now I die? But are you aware what you're in? What you're in vicinity of? You're near my carrier, bud. I can get in there and I can easily get into my Type 10 and fuck you up. Feeling better than this morning? Good to hear. Good to hear. Now, this morning was pretty rough for me as well. Mainly because I was with that manager. Anybody that's worked anywhere with a shit manager will understand what I mean there. How much do you want for it as well, Yeri? I like the Type 10. So, for me, I like the Type 10 mainly because it's just a tank in general. Like, there's no better way of describing it. It's just a tank. You sure? Alright. Fuck. Hello, Sidewinder. How you doing? Yes. Yeah. That one. My one is great in combat. So the one that I've got 7 multi-cannons, 4 of which are incendiary. 2 of which are... No, 1 of which is corrosive, and the other 2 are going to be auto-loading. And then I've got 2 pack hounds as well, which are going to have drag munitions. I'll just got to find platinum. Why was I selling it for that price? Interesting. There you go, Yeri. Like, it's slow. The Type 10 is very, very slow. But I kind of like that. Because as soon as they get in front of me, it just blasts them away. The only issue with it is that it gets very hot very quickly. Not necessarily. I don't run. Yeah, I know, right? I've got 2 Thargoid probes. Whatever will I do? Whatever will I do? You know, 2 Thargoid probes, 16 tobacco. You got me? What do you mean? Oh, with all the limpets and whatnot. Hi, you alright? You look good. Yes, I can. He's alive. Shocked. You want Hakuna, do you? I mean, huh? You look good. You look good. Don't give me the squinty side eyes if I don't believe you.
Excuse you.
Okay, there's no chance of Cat now. He's up there. Can't get him now. What do you think, chat? One more run? And then we'll be ready to raid. I know. That's what I'm saying, one more mining run. That's what I'm saying, one more run. What? Chat, I'm gonna get attacked. Please help.
Am I still alive?
No, Ty died.
I died.
He got pissed off with his controller.
Nice.
What do you think, Noel? Do you think they hollow out the Thargoid probe and they just use it as a bong for the tobacco or something? Help. Please help.
You're fine.
I would disagree.
I've got to try not to trip over my dress.
Uh,
It's almost floor level.
yep. It fits you well, though.
I know, didn't I? I think I could have fit hard. But it didn't fit.
So many things you can do. Husband abuse. We're not married yet.
This is long enough. I was checking for it.
So you're gonna need to tuck it in a little bit.
No, just hold it like a princess coming up the steps.
Sure, we'll go that. Do you want your yogurts now? You just so gracefully left on my desk.
Be graceful. Thank you.
What's the best way? That's a good question.
Chilling in your lounge for a while.
Yeah, I know you've been sitting in my carrier for like an hour.
What are you doing?
I would say be on the lookout for trade CGs. Trade CGs are an amazing way because they buy everything for 1000% price, usually. Nah.
There's no point.
What do you mean? Yeah. Because I've done 2 runs, Hannah. It can, but you won't be able to do anything. I don't have any multi-crew ship. Why have I... Oh, yeah, right. It would have been in the... Yep. Yep, I'm smart. It's fine. Let's stock up on limpets and go again. When I can afford a hot tub, none of you.
Huh? Excuse you?
Don't worry about it. Bye.
I don't have a feeling that I was asking about hot tub spring.
Yep.
No one
Clearly people do.
They are wrong.
Well, you heard it here, folks. You're wrong. None of you know that I wouldn't give a shit, right? If I had the money to afford one.
More pressing issue.
Gary, that can be arranged. I don't know if you know this, but I work in retail. I get 25% off, and it's currently in the season. The only issue is that I don't know where the fuck it would go. A hot tub. Chat.
Fit it.
I'm so glad that you can't hear the size of disappointment from inside my chieftain. I'm actually surprisingly squeaky clean recently. Thank you very much. I'm just gonna hide my couple of fines that I've got that aren't in the system. Next year's charity stream. Yep. I'll do what Down to Earth Astronomy did. I'll go into Star Citizen and go into a hot tub there. Forgot what planet we're going to. We're fine, Hannah. Don't worry. Alright, let me pause that, right? Alright, let me put this on for 5 minutes. It needs to match the headset, yes, you're absolutely right. No, okay, you don't get the S-Cal right here, right? Alright, chat, Radio 07, reckon that's the winner of the second skin from my stream. Yeah, you can't go for the program on stream. Sorry, rules are rules, Jerry. Rules are rules. Yeah, Radio 07 and everybody else. He's not Yeri. Yeri's one too much. Yeah, Yeri, the next stream's already live. Just saying. I mean, well, I don't know this, I'm not lurking in the chat already. Super welcome on in, read just have to lock in room. Dreams Russia, welcome on in. How you doing?
Oh, that's clean.
Yeah, some of the flick games are stupid. If I can ever afford a fleet carrier on my own, it will be a stupid name. That is guaranteed. Like,
Absolutely.
to learn Queens, that's not too bad. That is not too bad. Right, where are the shiny rocks? Why not? I want the shiny rock. And I want the good stuff. It's platinum.
Asteroid scan complete. Programming limpet drone.
So did you reseal with us in work last time?
Programming limpet drone. Asteroid scan complete. Prospector limpet failed.
I'm just gonna move my mouse and hovering over the slipstream button before I accidentally click it.
Engaged.
That is something that I have done before, chat.
Asteroid scan complete. Programming limpet drone. Programming limpet drone. Programming limpet drone.
I don't know, maybe. I have more control of it.
Programming limpet drone. Collector limpet expired. Asteroids
If none of you can't try and slip one over on me, you can't get more than one entry. I'm both smarter than I am. Not that it's hard. I've got the point. I mean, you can jump in. You're in a combat ship. Don't ask me.
Prospector limpet failed. Prospector limpet engaged.
No.
Asteroid scan complete.
What did you do? Where's Viper? You beat up a point.
Scan detected.
What traits do I carry? I don't know. What do I carry? Please inform me. What do I carry, my dude? Whoa, there's some more than... Whoa. I have more shields than you do, probably, bud. You're the master, you're the Viper, though.
Under attack.
Hey, hello. I am helping. just let Hammer and Hakuna deal with that. But no, Hakuna needs to get his ass out of Super Cruise. Back to landing. What's up, Raven? Thank you for the $10. Nudging ever so low, which is closer to the 4,700. If I give you 6 tons of cargo, okay, hang on, I have an idea. You just said cargo. Let me abandon. Just said cargo. You tapped it, you got the money. What do you mean you got the money? Oh right, yeah, we're in the longer system. That is true. Would be the best place to murder Hakuna if I wanted to, bro. What do you mean, well, wait, I pressed forward, didn't I? It's not a sound error. It's, usually it's a channel point redeem. So normally I have a channel point redeem of Wawa. It is bound to the number 4 on my keypad. And apparently I pressed the number 4 at some point. I'm pretty sure they do. I'm pretty sure they deliver everywhere. Because I'm pretty sure it's done through the Streamlabs or Stream Elements side of things. I don't know. Oh yeah, absolutely, Nania. Absolutely. Where's all the platinum gone? That's not platinum. Can confirm. Is not platinum. I don't know how that missed. I'm not gonna complain. Just give me platinum. If you fail me, we'll go to that rock. 5%? Nope. Nope. That was this one? Okie dokie. What just went past me? I wasn't paying attention. Oakley dokley. Oh, well, thanks. Depleted. This is why we go towards the planet. Planet is the good luck. If I knew where said planet was there. Okay. Pulse wave. And let's check the big rock. I just want to say again, you guys are amazing. Absolutely smashing the goals out of the park. We're at $4,671 in total. Nuts. Also, if we hit the 4,750 mark, we are doing another t-shirt giveaway, which will most likely be in Tiltsy's chat.
Hey, you. Come here. I want the cat.
Yeah, I know. Give me a second, chat. Ugh. Hello, old man. How we doing? Hello, sir. Oh, but it's fine to see my cleavage, none of you. Yeah, this is the nicer of the two co-pilots. The other co-pilot is very angry and very loud, usually. But no, he is the adorable one. When he wants to be. Are you leaving me now? Am I not worthy of your love? Hey, am I not worthy of your love? No. Hey, none of you, we have dogs in the house. It's not just him. Do you want to go through the whole list? 3 dogs, 1 cat, 4 birds, 1 indoors, 1 turtle, 2 guinea piglies. Am I missing anything? 1,000,001 fish, 20 fish, 1 pleco, 1 fighting fish. The rest are neon tetras. No, not neon tetras. Whatever the fuck Hannah just said, I don't know. Yep. Oh, you're just squatting on me now. Okay. No, no carps. It's only a small tank. Well, small relatively. Hannah, we don't have the money for a pond.
One day, I said.
I wish we had the money for a pond. Bernardo, if I had sharks, I don't think that I would be a Twitch streamer. We'd also need the space and no dogs that could willingly jump in there and drown themselves. It's Kai. Kai would still somehow manage to get through any kind of netting. Or Tilly would just fucking trip into it. Not Tilly, Willow even. Willow is the dumb one. I don't recommend crashing into us. Chat, don't forget, Radio 07. You've got 28 minutes before I draw the final winner. Thank you again, you guys, for keeping me company in this. Again, I've been shitting bricks about this for the past week. I've been abandoned, no. Am I just not worthy of your love? No. Well, I don't need more fiber in my diet? What? I mean, no. I mean, I would assume so, but depending on the size of the brick, because some bricks can be like that big, some can be like that big. Hey? Huh? Yeah? You get quite a bit from it. Sorry, chat. I just had to have a conversation into my chieftain. I'm so glad you lot can't actually see this. Because these are pride flags. The fuck knows where Hakuna's going. Probably. But if you want to get people in, you just need to jump out and jump back in, then loads of people will drop. Ooh, 58%.
Asteroid scan complete.
I would also be willing to take it on your behalf. I do want the gold dust. And I may or may not have been falling asleep in streams. Not because of the people. Because we've been going all night and I've been awake since 5 o'clock. I mean, what? And because I kind of sort of forgot that people were on. Like, I got the alert that Siphon Dex had started when I was on my way to work. Yeah, let's stop crashing into the rock. I'm just mining it with my face, alright, Hannah? Shush. Hey look, the whole ring's lit up again. How long have we been doing this now, chat? You leave my limpets alone, alright? You leave my limpets alone. There's no fly tipping in space.
Asteroid scan complete. Prospect Olympic failed.
Unsuccessfully attempted flight assist off? Yep. Yep. I don't recommend trying it in a crate, to be honest. Crate's not the best for flight assist off. What are you shooting at?
Prospect Olympic engaged.
Then jump out and jump back in. People will drop in and you can shoot them.
Asteroid scan complete.
Hi, cat. Go. Moron. What?
Programming limit drone. Programming limit
What? What, JC? Apology, chat. I'm apparently exhausted. They're just gone, nah, fuck you. Go, collectors. Let's try and find another shiny rock. There's loads that way. Too bad we're not going that way, right? Palladium. Not platinum though, is it? We need the platinum.
Programming limit drone. Asteroid scan complete. Prospector limit failed.
It is in 20 minutes. So about 10 to.
Prospector limit engaged.
Yeah, that is a gross rock.
Programming limit drone. Asteroid scan complete. Prospector limit failed.
Oh, did you go back to the carrier? Are you on your way back to the carrier? And why does it say you're in Bandahar?
Prospector limit
Why?
engaged.
There?
Asteroid scan complete. Programming limit drone.
Also need to set a timer on my phone again. So that I don't forget and I do actually switch scenes. Let's do it for 15 minutes and then I'll switch.
Prospector limit engaged.
What happened to all the platinum? God damn.
Asteroid scan complete. Programming
I haven't leached the whole system dry of platinum
prospector limit failed.
yet. Would be amazing if I did.
Programming limit drone.
Hey biker, welcome on in. How you doing? Going pretty good. It's going pretty good. As you can see, the community has smashed it with the goals.
Asteroid scan complete.
Helped me with personal goals too. I am now over 1,000 followers, which is a big number.
Prospector limit engaged.
Yeah, we are on the
Asteroid scan complete.
final stretch for my segment of the charity stream. You still have the 750 on your carrier? I mean, I'll take it. I would be more than happy to take it. More the merrier. Especially if I can buy it for like 5% of the galactic average. Put it into my carrier. Take my carrier to a high selling system and then just sell it there. Ah, that makes sense, biker. That does make sense. Well, biker, don't forget to do Radio 07 to give yourself a chance of winning one of the 3 3 skins that we are giving away today. You can either get a Mamba, Great Phantom, Great Mark II with the Frontier logo on it. And if we hit another $30 to make it up to 4,700, I'll be giving away Kerbal Space Program as well. And thank you for the follow as well. Sorry, chat. I'm just kind of losing my voice. It's fine. Well, I can't help that Nick wants 4 skins. Nick probably has several of his own that he's dismembered from other people. And you can't tell me that I'm wrong there. That is fair, Biker. That is absolutely fair. Of course I got it. I'm not that stupid, none of you. Usually. Sometimes. Maybe. Shut up. You're not meant to agree. Yeah, but you were thinking it, none of you. You think I'm just all tits, no brains. This is factual. Shut up! Stop giggling! That is a good question. It's been a while since I've been there. Dav's Hope. It is Hades Sector. I can just copy it. Copy. No, there you go. Here we got it. A5 in that system as well. Been a while since I've been out to Dav's Hope. I need to go out and do a material run soon. Because recently got back from the crystal shards out in wherever it was that we sent the carrier at one time. That basically cost me all of my tritium. Yeah, that's what I think as well. Jesus, right. Dark Sylvia with the $50 donation. Damn, that means that I do have to give away Kerbal Space Program. No, I'm joking. I already have it on PC, so I will more than happily do that. I will do that in the last 10 minutes. It may do, but it's not. It is not. It is not a blank planet. Can assure you that it is there. Have been there several times. But yeah, you have to get close up to the planet to see it because it's not a functioning facility. It is an old abandoned facility. It is a POI. It is a POI on the planet. Yes. That was the other thing that I was about to say. It has different coordinates in Odyssey and Horizons. It's like the complete polar opposite sides of the map because of the way that the planetary bodies were done in Odyssey. Ooh, Jesus. Hello. We're going to that. I mean, you missed anyway, but we're going to that. Yeah, it is a point of interest. In Odyssey, at least, it is. I'm not too sure about Horizons. I've never been there in Horizons. But yeah, in Odyssey, it's actually a point of interest. And that mountain is gone in Odyssey. Because that's what I was told to look out for when I was going there for the first time. It was, look out for the mountain. Like, there's no mountain here. Right? It is sad face. Because we all needed that mountain. Okay, that's depleted. Go, my little bee limpets. Also, chat, you've got 11 minutes until the giveaway. I'll be switching over to the Just Chatting scene at about 8 minutes remaining. Hakuna, I didn't say it was you that told me to look for the mountain. I don't actually remember if it was you or not you. I just know it was someone that said, look out for the mountain. The mountain will be your best friend. Any more? Any more rocks? Nope. Okay. Me too, Highlander. Well, Nania, I don't know if you know this, right? But I unfortunately can't use my powers of cleavage on the FDev team, alright? We were given a set amount of skins. I unfortunately was only given 2 to give out. There are more streams along the way. I don't think they would appreciate it, none of you. Arf also likes cigars. What's your point? Yeah, hi Celine. They've been objectifying me all day. I've just been rolling with the punches. I'm just gonna leave it at that. This is a typical stream of mine. It will start semi-decent and very quickly plummet nosedive towards the floor. You think we do things kosher around here? Yeah, well, none of you said. We're trying to show our manly cleavage to get free skins from FDev. You want to get the Galnet one for the Anaconda. I regret nothing about this. But yeah, Celine, where are you doing Supplemental Saturday? Out of curiosity. Well, my apologies, Celine. My apologies that you had to come into this cleavage talk that Nania started. It's all Nania's fault. Yep. Pretty much. Where the fuck is all the platinum gone? I got too distracted about this cleavage talk that all the platinum has just eluded me. This is just how I'm going to be known forever. And you lot think that Nick Lambert can be bad. Apparently so. Yeah, Celine, you needed the subcontext. Of that's pretty much all it's been for the whole stream. Well, since none of you arrived, anyway. And since when have any one of our streams been productive, EP? Like, you're welcome, none of you. There wasn't a Type 10 big enough to throw you under. Is there anything decent around here? Sure, 5%, why not? It's better than nothing, right? Yeah, I'm gonna turn that timer off. That is gonna do my head in. I mean, it matters, Celine. I want to jump over there because I'm in the middle of nowhere, pretty much. I mean, Celine uses a crate. And then I could get jealous of the crate skin. And I mean, fair enough. Each their own. Each to their own. That's a rock. Don't crash into the rock. Nope, not that button. Right, chap. We've got 5 minutes till the drop. So I'ma just sit here for 5 minutes. I do want to say thank you guys so much for being here. For my segment, it has been amazing. You lot are absolutely an amazing community. I'm honored that OP has invited me to be a part of this. It's been an amazing day. I still blame none of you for most of it. You know I've got deeper V'd vests, right, you two? You'd put it on the Mamba? Interesting. Interesting. But yeah, home stretch. Last 15 minutes for me. And then once this one is over, I'll be doing a giveaway for Kerbal Space Program. But yeah. I need to grab that key whilst I am waiting. That is a rock. Let me get away from the rock too. There it is. Beautiful. You find the key for it. There it is. Would be helpful if it let me copy it. But yeah, it's been an absolutely amazing stream. Not just for the charity reasons. Because I know we've hit quite a bit. We got what? 10, 20, 30, 40... About $100 in my segment. If I'm remembering correctly, which again is amazing. An amazing community. I'm not gonna lie, I'm surprised that we smashed like the original goal so quickly. It's doing pretty good. It's going pretty good, OP. just on the home stretch. 2 minutes left before the giveaway ends. Well, the first of the two. The skin one, should I say. But yeah, it's been an amazing stream. It kind of devolved very, very quickly. I didn't stick to my rule of I wasn't going to swear that much, like I said that I wouldn't. Like, I called it in someone's stream beforehand of, this isn't going to end well for me. Lack of streaming is just not really going to happen. I didn't say it was your fault, none of you. Did I say it was your fault this time? I mean, it is your fault, but I didn't say it. But yeah, it has been an amazing stream. Again, not just for the charity reasons, for me as well, personally. Because thanks to this, I am now over 1,000 followers, which is insane to me, because earlier I was pushing for, what, 970? But yeah, it's been an amazing stream. I wish this would stop flickering. Which side is this that is breaking? Sure. No, I don't want to stop wiggling. You know how I am. But chat, you got a minute until the giveaway ends. Get your Radio 07s in for a chance to win one of the skins. None of you are the greedy bitches. Not none of you. Yeri's won 2. I mean, none of you is a greedy bitch, but we ain't going into that. But Yeri's won 2 of them. Final minute, chat. And once that's over, I will do the giveaway for a code for Kerbal Space Program. I'm already forgetting everything. Yeah, you might as well just go back to the carrier. Any second now. 25 seconds. But yeah, you can win one of these 3 amazing ships. I feel like a telebroadcaster. I feel like a telebroadcaster. Get your one of these luxury ships any day now. All you have to do is Radio 7. What do you mean, sorry, wrong button? Did you shoot me? OP, if you do exclamation mark charity or charity t-shirt, and both of those are... Ow. Both of those are the things. I didn't know how to separate it from my my personal thing, so I just turned off the donate button. Bernardo, you won. Congratulations. Congratulations. Please DM me either in Discord or on Whisper on Twitch. Either one works, with Twitch username, email address linked to the Frontier account that you want, and which ship you want. Or which ship skin you want, should I say. Right, let me do one last giveaway for you all. Kerbal Space Program key. Right, I'll run this for 5 minutes. We'll allow past winners. You got 5 minutes if anybody wants a key for Kerbal Space Program. It's the exact same, Radio 07. I've got many, many keys for games that I've been trying to get rid of. Well, not trying to get rid of, but need to get rid of. Not trying to get rid of, but kind of. But either way, you lot are absolutely insane. This has been one of my favourite streams, to be perfectly honest. Again, I'm so glad that OP reached out to me. Really, really am. Also, I apologise that I'm just fidgeting here, chat. It's just... This is just me in a nutshell. Is when I'm not doing something in particular, like Elite, I just sit here and fidget. I'm surprised that I haven't been stabbed by the person in the chieftain. This isn't the chieftain background, but that's not the point. You know, EP, I had fidget spinners, right? But I broke them. Because what I would do is I would pop out the ball bearings, and then I would pop out the individual balls from inside the ball bearings. I like breaking things, okay?
We know. But
That's not the point. Not the point. Right, let me go to Bundahar. Jebediah Kerban. Okay then. $30 to get us over that 4,751 mark. I will let Tiltsy do it for that, for the t-shirt giveaway. I'm aware. I'm fully aware that they aren't that they aren't Ninja Stars, but it was fun to break. And yeah, EP, I do the same, as I'm currently doing with my wireless headphones. It's another reason why I have 3 or 4 pens in my pocket, because I know I'm going to fidget with one, lose one, yeet it at someone, and then just pick up another pen from my pocket. We don't talk about the pen that I managed to throw into my neck the other day, okay? No, we definitely don't. No. Look, right, long story short, I was twirling, not this one actually, it was this pen, my fancy pen, and it basically flung out of my fingers straight upwards like that. So yeah, pen in my neck. That was a fun morning. I basically choked myself on a pen. It was a good day. No alcohol was involved. I was completely sober, unfortunately. It's a great talent. It's a great talent. Right, chat, you got a minute until the Kerbal Space Program he is finished. I'll DM whoever wins, because I have my channel up over here somewhere. Maybe next time. What? The alcohol? Hopefully alcohol's involved in it next time. Because then it won't be so humiliating to me of, yeah, I'm bone dry sober. How the fuck did I just stab myself in the neck with a pen? Hey look, the one time that my protection's not here, I get interdicted. Telling you something. Are you fucking kidding me? I don't know if it's going to work on this scene or not, Ty, but I'm still not going to take the chance. I'm never getting an oddish tattoo. I don't like oddish. I don't like grass types. Let me get out of this interdiction. Right? And then I will message you with your key. Christ. Yes, congratulations. You got a new controller. With what money, Ty? Where do you magically pull money out of? There you go, you now have the Steam CD key for Kerbal Space Program. It's filled with money shots? What do you mean? What? Oh, your butt? Okay. Okay, we ain't devolving further than we already have, alright? You and Nania would be best friends. You are very, very welcome. Oh god, that is a very... Yep. The planet's coming to attack me again, chat. Alright. Go on then. Go on then. Bring it.
Orbital flight engaged.
Everything is breaking again. It's fine. The Piplup wants friends? Yeah, same.
I do.
You do need to get more Pokemon tattoos, Ty. Also, don't you have a Pikachu? I swear you had a Pikachu tattoo. That is terrible, Malt. That is absolutely terrible. Absolutely terrible. Right. Let's get this raid started, shall we? Now they have a friend, Ty. What be the problem? Yep, probably. Right, chat, I'm just gonna land my Python back at my carrier, and then I will take you over to Tiltsy. But it has been an amazing stream. You guys have absolutely smashed it out of the park. I'm so glad you lot can't see my parking job right now. Like, it's bad. None of you, you're entitled to an opinion, but in this case your opinion is just wrong. Anyway. Nope, I can't spell. Right. Kuna, I still don't have a button for a raid command. I told you this. I still don't have buttons for this. I have literal f***ing buttons right here. Right. You lot are amazing. If you are somehow a sub of mine, please, please, please use the top one with my salute emote. If you are a non-sub, please use the bottom one with the tomb raids. It has been an amazing stream. Thank you all so, so much for the stream. Thank you for having me on, OP. Either way, I love you all. You lot are amazing. Let's go share the love with Tiltsy, and let's get further on the goals.